to Bibarel Discernible. Today we're in an effort called the Forsaken Aquanaut featuring the new Mimikyu from Lost Origin with the worst gift attack, doing 10x damage for each damage counter on all of our opponent's Pokemon for 1 Psychic and 1 Colorless. So we're playing this card with our Cursola V with the Gnawing Aura ability, placing 3 damage counter on the opponent's Pokemon whenever they attach an energy from their hand to that Pokemon, as long as this Pokemon is in the active spot. We also have our Radiant Blastoise from Pokemon Go with the Pump Shot ability, allowed to place 2 damage counter on one of our opponent's bench Pokemon by discarding a water energy from your hand. In addition to our abilities, we're also using our Cursola to attack with Hollow Missile, spreading big damage with Horror Energy and the new Box of Disaster. So this is the new tool card that allows you to put 8 damage counter on the attacking Pokemon if the Pokemon V this card is attached to has full HP and is knocked out by damage from your opponent's Pokemon. For the draw spot, we're playing 3 Bibarels, 1 Marnie, 1 Research, and 1 Bruno. We also have 1 Irida to get our Blastoise and Incense for Bibarel, or even our Switch, 4 Crystal, or Rotom Phone. To charge up our next attacker, we have 1 Marnie's Pride and 2 Raihan. To revive our basic Pokemon, we have 1 Thornton. For the extra power play, we have 1 Boss. And to shuffle back 2 of our supporters, we're also playing 1 Pawpack. To summon our basic Pokemons, we have 3 Vapor Pass, 4 Quick Ball, 2 Capture, and 1 Hisuian Heavy Ball. For the evolution, we have 2 Incense and 3 Ultra Balls. We also have 1 Suicune V as an additional attacker, 1 Wobbuffet V to do Goody Comeback with Thornton if our opponent tries to avoid the Box of Disaster effect, 1 Manaphy for the bench barrier, and 2 Training Card to retrieve our energies. For the Switch, we have 3 Escape Rope, 1 Switch, and 1 Scoop Up Net. Finally, for our energies, we're playing 4 Horror, 1 Basic Psychic, and 5 Basic Water Energy. So that's all for the decklist. Now let's go for some gameplay! Okay, let's go for our first game versus Zeraora V-Star. They actually are playing the old Zeraora from Chilling Reign with a Cross Fist attack, and they have the Inteleon Engine, Shady Dealings, and also Quick Shoot, which is very interesting because they actually get to play Cross Fist, hitting our bench. They got no Lost City though, so they're actually not able to deal with the Manaphy that easily. They can boss the Manaphy early, but if your opponent plays, if we play Rescue Carrier or Rod in our deck, we can easily recover the Manaphy and rebench it on the directly on the next turn, and they actually get to snipe the bench with the V-Star as well, with Lightning Storm Star, I think. I forgot the attack, but it's Star Lightning something, which actually allows you to play, select any one of your opponent's Pokemon 4 times, and then do 60x damage to that Pokemon each time that you select it. So that means if you select 2 Pokemon, if you select the first Pokemon twice, you're actually doing 120 onto that Pokemon even on the bench. So if it's on the bench, obviously you don't get to target for the weakness. There is an old card that actually allows you to hit for the weakness on the bench. White Lens, I think. White Scope or something. Okay, we got our Bibarel. And we actually made a mistake early in the game, which is just terrible. We forgot to bench our Manaphy right now, because this is actually our second turn. They did their Keep Calling on the last turn. If they play Keep Call, they can actually play Cross Fist for the bench snipe, because Sobble is a Rapid Strike Pokemon. That means after playing Keep Call, they can quite easily do a Energy Switch or Marnie's Pride, and then scoop up the Sobble, scoop up the Shady Drizzile, and then basically attack with the Zeraora with either a Rapid Strike Energy or a Double Turbo. It's smarter to play Double Turbo, and they actually do have one because they are playing the non-Rapid Strike V-Star. So once you evolve the V-Star, you actually get to keep the Double Turbo Energy, even though you're doing much less damage onto the bench as well. So they're only doing 80 damage to the active, 140 to the bench with Cross Fist because of the Double Turbo, but you actually get to keep the energy on the next turn just to have extra damage, just to do even more damage with your V-Star. Okay, here comes the Cross Fist. We got the Quick Ball in our hand. Look at that. We got 2 Quick Balls in our hand, and we just did not play the Manaphy. I don't know what's happening. And Manaphy is inside the deck. It's not in the prize. It's just I got too tired, I guess. I was playing this game for too long, and I got a bit too tired, and I forgot to look at what my opponent is playing. As you saw earlier, we went straight ahead on our first move. We straight away made our first move before our opponent even finishes attacking. So right after, sorry, before even analyzing our opponent's deck, we straight away played our strategy. So we didn't actually we didn't play carefully. Always observe what your opponent is doing. Like during their turn, don't just think about what you're gonna do on the next turn. Think about, like, look at what your opponent is doing and like what they're trying to play, what they're trying to do on the next turn. Anticipate their next move and try to counter that, because we actually have a mana fee. We can quite easily block them from the bench damage right now. And they actually got it. They got their Marnie Sprite, they got their double turbo, and here comes the escape rope. At least we got the 3 damage counter in the game. Did we get the 3 damage counter? I'm pretty sure we did though. I'm not sure what's happening, because we actually got we did 60 damage on the last turn, and now they actually have only 5 damage counter on the V-Star. So I'm not sure what's happening. Sorry guys, I should be paying more attention. So only 80 damage to the active, but it's actually enough to kill the Mimikyu, because it only has 70 HP, unfortunately. So we wasted 1 prize doing a terrible blunder, forgot to play the mana fee. And now we're gonna get it right now. We're gonna play a quick ball. Are we gonna play the boss? I don't think we can kill anything if we play the boss. Might as well just target the active, because we want to be killing the one with the energy. They actually are evolving into the V-Star on the bench, so that means no more crossface on the next turn, I don't think. Unless if they have a third one. I'm pretty sure they have a third one. Look at that. We got the mana fee too late. We're gonna play a Bruno right now. I don't think we need to play the boss yet. So we're gonna play the Bibarel and then the Bruno. Oh my god, we did the boss. Okay. I didn't realize that the V-Star has 0 retreat. I wasn't really focusing on this game. I don't know what's happening. But I just wasted my boss on a V-Star, not realizing that it has 0 retreat. So we got a Mimikyu, which actually allows us to attach the energy this turn. We actually are playing a lot less Horror energy. So eventually I decided to play 4 copies of Horror instead of only 3. Because if you play 3, it's actually a bit safer if you have 2 basic Psychic energy. If they play Temple of Sinnoh or cards like, you know, Fan of Waves, you actually get to keep your energy with your basic Psychic. But, you know, versus meta decks like Palkia V-Star, we actually came pretty close to winning if we got that final Horror energy. So that Horror energy actually is gonna help you a lot if you are up against those meta decks that don't play, if they don't play Path to the Peak, if they don't play Temple of Sinnoh, you know, if they don't play Tool Jammer, you can actually place a lot more damage counters on them than they expect, and you can actually, you know, win the game by killing them off with your Mimikyu and, you know, Blastoise, because Blastoise can actually snipe them on the bench. So play your escape rope at the last second. If they have a lot of damage counter on the active, for example, if they have like 30 HP remaining, you can actually do an escape rope to put them back onto the bench and then snipe them with your Blastoise and then kill them off with Pump Shot. So Pump Shot is going to help you collect the knockout on the active by killing them on the bench with an escape rope, and we actually do have a lot of escape rope for this deck. So while you are killing it on the bench, you actually get to do worst gift for 1 billion damage before, you know, before the active is knocked out, before they die. You actually get to play your Mimikyu first, and then on the next turn you get to Pump Shot again to basically knock them out. Okay, I did not realize that they could do the attack already, because the V-Star actually has only they don't actually need the V-Star either, but they actually evolve and then they just need 1 more energy to do the first attack. And it did 190 damage, killing off our Cursola, which is just terrible. They don't need that much though. They just need like 50 damage. They are doing 20 less, my bad. So 170 damage with the lightning, with the V-star attack. It's not a V-star attack, my bad. The V-star Pokemon. Okay, here comes Marnie's Pride. We're gonna play our Psychic Energy onto our Cursola. So if you play Horror Energy, it's a bit more risky because you can't search for it with your Fog Crystal. You can't actually play your supporter cards. You can't play Raihan to reattach it onto your Pokemon. You can actually play Raihan to search for a Horror Energy by attaching a Water onto your Mimikyu or Cursola and then attach it on your next turn or even this turn. But it's a little bit more risky because if they play special conditions or effects of attacks to knock you out, if they kill you with damage counters, it's still okay. But if they kill you with, well, my bad. It's the only thing that works is special conditions, right? If they kill you with poison or burn, if they knock you out with special conditions, then you are actually, your Pokemon gets knocked out during Pokemon checkup. That means you can't actually play Raihan. Raihan only works if your Pokemon gets knocked out on your opponent's last turn. That means if they play damage counter, it's still okay. You still get to play Raihan even if they knock you out with effects of attacks. Here comes another Pride. They can't actually attack with the V-Star right now, but they can quite easily do another basic. They can bring out another basic, and then they actually got the VMAX as well. Look at that. They got 2 V-Star and a VMAX. And here comes the third Zera. And another double turbo magically in their hand. I'm not sure how they got the double turbo. Don't ask me. They don't even have like a Rose Tower or Venusaur. They just magically got the double turbo again. Which is just very, very annoying. Did they actually play a Crobat? I'm not sure if they actually played a Crobat. Oh, they did play the Crobat. Okay. Okay, that makes sense then. They played the Crobat for the double turbo. Oh well. It makes sense. We should be getting knocked out this turn. Yeah. Oh well. Anyways, here comes another Inteleon. Another Shady. And they actually discarded the Inteleon. Okay, that's pretty confident. They discarded the Inteleon. Maybe they may have a lot more copies in the deck, or they actually are choosing to play the Rapid Inteleon for the Quick Shoot instead. Because they actually need the extra damage. If they don't play the Quick Shoot Inteleon, they're not doing enough damage with the Zera. Because double turbo means they're doing a lot less. Not only to the active, but also to the bench. So 40 less damage with your Cross Fist, and 20 less with your the V-Star. And if you use the V-Star power attack, you're actually doing 20 less to each of your opponent's Pokemon. If you choose to spread your damage, if you choose to play, the V-Star attack to basically target 4 different Pokemons, you're actually doing 80 less damage, if I'm not mistaken, with your double turbo. So I don't think you can play double turbo for the V-Star. Or even a VMAX, honestly. So they're trying to patch up the weak point, the damage reduction. They're trying to patch it up with their Quick Shoot Inteleon for that extra 2 damage counter every single turn, which is actually quite interesting. Because Inteleon is actually quite powerful on its own. Okay, here comes Suicune. We're just gonna play Birdkeeper. Okay, we did Escape Rope instead because we wanted to play our Raihan Experience Share. What? Not Experience Share. Raihan. What's it called again? We actually got an air balloon for this deck instead of scoop up net. I eventually decided to swap it for a scoop up net because we want to be attaching Box of Disaster onto all of our V Pokemons. We don't want to be playing our second tool card, because if we play a second tool card, we're going to end up using it for our Suicune or our Cursola. We want to be attaching it to our one prize Pokemon instead, but sometimes we may have no choice. So instead of the Bird Keeper, we now have a Scoop Up Net, and instead of the Air Balloon, we actually now have a switch. My bad. So one extra switch and one extra Scoop Up Net to replace for our Air Balloon and Bird Keeper. Are we gonna do Pump Shot right now? We should have played one of the Escape Rope though. I don't know what. Oh, we wanted to kill off the active. So we made another mistake. Actually did another mistake right now. We should have retreated with the Manaphy, because we have an Air Balloon. We should have retreated and then play our Fleetfoot. We can actually draw one extra card from the top deck with our Suicune. So we could have done Fleetfoot for an extra card, and that could have been a Raihan. I don't know if it was a Raihan. I don't know, honestly. But if we got the Raihan with our Fleetfoot V ability, we can actually play it to kill off the active. That means they got no energies on the next turn. They are forced to play a Raihan. And if they don't set up another V Pokemon if they don't play another Crossface, they're going to be done, right? So if they play the Raihan, they can't do the boss. And that means they can't kill the Manaphy. If they play a Marnie Sprite, they can't play a boss. That means Manaphy is going to stay in play for a while. And they actually need like a little bit more damage to kill off the Suicune. Even if it's a, if it's a V card, they actually need like 120 damage at least. So we didn't get the Raihan because we didn't play our cards right. Another terrible mistake. Should have retreated with the Manaphy or play an Escape Rope or something. If we play the Escape Rope though, we can't kill off the active, and we want to be killing the active Zera, because they actually have a lot of energies on that Pokemon. We want to be killing it off this turn so that they have no energy on the next turn, right? I got a bit flustered because we got a Bird Keeper in our hand, and we were thinking like if we play the Bird Keeper, we wouldn't be able to play the Raihan. If we retreat right now, are we forced to play the Bird Keeper? We're kind of forced to play the Bird Keeper, right? If we have the Suicune in the active, but no. We actually can play the Raihan if we draw it out with our Fleetfoot. If we draw it with Suicune, we can play that supporter instead of the Bird Keeper. And if we don't, we can still play the Bird Keeper, right? To attack with our Cursola. So it was quite terrible, quite a stupid mistake, I would say. If they evolve into the VMAX or the V-Star, we're done for. I don't think the VMAX can do enough damage to kill the Cursola. I'm not too sure. If they got it though, Cursola is dead and they actually win the game because they got 2 prize left. They actually got 2 prize left. I didn't realize that. Always check your opponent's prize. Like every turn you have to check it. Don't miss one single turn. If you miss a single heartbeat, you're done for. This game is that tight. Okay, they got a basic energy, another basic energy. I'm not sure why they are searching for so many basics. They should be attaching to the V-Star, right? I guess they just realized that there was no point because they need way too many turns to charge it up. And we got 3 prize remaining. All we need is to kill 2 Pokemons. They got a few extra turns though. They should be charging up the V-Star right now because it's quite early. It's still quite early, honestly. Because there's no way we can pump shot. There's no way we can kill the V-Star with our Blastoise. Come on, hurry up. What are you waiting for? And they actually chose to attach... Oh, I forgot about Cursola's ability. If they attach to the V-Star, they actually get punished for 3 damage counters. Which is pretty interesting. Cursola is kind of you know, making it a bit more difficult for you to attach your energy. So you actually have to think a bit before attaching. They got the boss though. They should be playing the boss first before attaching the energy. And they actually killed the Manaphy. So all they need is a Marnie Sprite on the next turn. We got the Raihan. We should be playing our Suicune. If we kill the Zera right now, all they need is a Marnie Sprite to kill off anything on the bench. So even if it's not enough to kill the Suicune, they got the double turbo, but they didn't get the Marnie's Pride. So even if they couldn't kill the Suicune, they can still snipe the bench for 140 damage, which is actually enough to kill the Bibarel. Not quite enough to kill the Blastoise, but they just need to target our Bibarel for the win, because they got one remaining prize. All they need is one final knockout. We're gonna Raihan for an energy, I guess. We got the training card though. Should we play the training card to help them? I don't think getting an energy from the discard pile is gonna help them, so I think we should be playing the training card right now. Let's just get maybe a Thornton, a boss. Yeah, we should be getting a boss, right? If we got the boss, then on the next turn we can basically kill anything else. So we're gonna do training card right now. Okay, Fleetfoot. We should be playing the training card first. I don't know why we did. Oh my god. Okay, we didn't play the training card. And we did not play the Blastoise. Oh well. If they have the energy switch or a Marnie's Pride or even a Raihan right now, we're done for. Because they actually played Crossfist with this Zera, and they just need another Zera Aura. I'm pretty sure it's their fourth copy though. Isn't it their fourth copy? I'm not sure now. It's actually their third one. It is their fourth one. Because they have one in play. So they actually have a fourth copy inside their deck. Because they know they want to be playing the Crossfist as many times as possible. So they actually prepared 4 copies of the Zera. So they actually got the final one without playing a ordinary Rod, without shuffling Pokemons back into the deck. They got the final copy into the game, and here comes the Inteleon Quick Shoot. If they got the shady Inteleon right now, we're done for, because they could have played a Quick Ball, they could have searched for a Quick Ball and a Marnie's Pride, but they actually need a double turbo in their hand though. So they didn't get the double turbo. They didn't get the basic, that's why they played the Roxanne, and Roxanne is gonna help them bench the basic, but they couldn't play the Marnie's Pride now because they already done their supporter card. That means they need the shady Inteleon. If they don't get an energy switch, they can't actually play Crossfist. Energy switch is their only saving grace now. No energy switch means they can't attack. And if they can't attack, all we need is an escape rope, because if we got the escape rope, we can retreat with Cursola and then kill off anything on the bench. We can kill anything with our Suicune, because Suicune has 200 damage in the game, and 200 is enough to kill anything on the bench right now. Even the Crobat, which actually has the highest HP right now. So Crobat is the only thing that we need to watch out for. If they have a Big Charm attached to the Crobat, we actually get to play Pump Shot with our training card on the Blastoise. So Blastoise can actually hit for another extra 2 damage counter on anything on the bench if they have a Big Charm attached to it. But we already know that we can kill anything on the bench, so we don't need to play the Blastoise. We don't actually need to play it anymore. So we're trying to reduce the card in our hand so that we can either get the boss or escape rope into our hand with our Bibarel. If we don't get either the boss or escape rope, we're done. So we got 1 remaining escape rope and 1 boss inside the deck. Are we gonna get it with our final Bibarel? We have our Fleetfoot though. If we don't get it, we got our Fleetfoot as well to draw the extra 1 card. So there we go. We're gonna play our Fleetfoot, and then escape rope is the end. We got the escape rope, and we actually got the research as well, which is unnecessary. But so Marnie's Pride and Raihan actually helps you attack with Blastoise as well. If you have a lot of energies in the game, extra turns, you can actually play your Torrential Cannon for 170 damage, attacking with Blastoise, you know, for only 2 water and 1 colorless, which sometimes is a bit too much. It is actually a lot, 2 water and 1 colorless, a lot of energies. But if you have extra turns, you may be able to do it. That's why I actually eventually played a Suicune. We initially had a Rapidash, a Galarian Rapidash V instead of Suicune, and realized that, you know what, Suicune is much better. It actually is more consistent as well, because it actually helps us draw that extra 1 card into our hand, in addition to our Bibarel. After drawing until we have 5 cards, we actually get to draw an extra card from the top deck with Fleetfoot, and that can actually help us dig out the Raihan. So for that game, we actually have 2 Marnie. We have 2 Marnie's Pride instead of Raihan because we got paired up against a lot of poison decks for some reason. And eventually we decided, you know what, since we're playing against meta decks so much right now, after that, playing Marnie enough times, after playing Marnie's Pride for enough games, they actually eventually matched us up against a lot of meta decks, and we finally decided to swap it out for a Raihan. So now we have 1 Marnie's Pride and 2 Raihan, just because, meta decks can quite easily kill off our Pokemon on their second turn. They can actually kill the Cursola or even the Suicune on the second turn quite fast. And if we don't have our Box of Disaster, they would be killing it for nothing. So we should be getting our box quite easily with either Bibarel or even Irida. We can actually search for an extra item card with Irida. And if we got the Bibarel already on the bench, you can search for the tool card instead of your Incense to evolve a Bibarel. Sometimes that's the way the game goes. Sometimes you didn't get your tool card and you're forced to just attack past the turn. You don't have a choice. I don't think we can fit in more than 3 copies, because that would actually render the entire deck inconsistent. I don't think you have the consistency if you play 4 copies, but I would love 4 copies of Box of Disaster. Because Palkia can quite easily kill you on your second turn. Because we have a lot of bench Pokemons, unfortunately. We need a lot of bench supports. We need our Blastoise, we need Mimikyu on the bench to prepare the energy on the next turn. If we don't prepare the Mimikyu, we cannot actually play the Marnie Sprite or Raihan. We can do a last minute retreat and then play the Raihan for the energy. And then worst gift, do a surprise worst gift on the next turn, but it's actually a bit more difficult because we got no Air Balloon. Instead of Air Balloon, we have Scoop Up Net, and it's a bit more difficult to play those cards. In addition to your Quick Ball, in addition to benching your Mimikyu, because they can quite easily play a Marnie on the next turn. If you have a Mimikyu already in your hand and if you don't bench it, they can play a Marnie, and if you don't get your balls, you can't actually bench it, which is quite terrible. So we are actually forced to bench everything that we have. Especially if you're playing a Bibarel, we actually have to, because that actually allows us to draw more cards with our Industrious Incisor. Okay, here comes the Psychic Energy. We actually got it. We got a Pump Shot. Hollow Missile. Okay, they're playing a Giratina V-Star, which is quite scary. Okay, they got a Giratina and Aerodactyl, so they're playing a double V-Star here. Aerodactyl can actually shut down our Gnawing Aura. They can shut down our... I think they're shutting down Pokemon with Rule Box, right? They're shutting down Pokemon with Rule Boxes. Or is it just Pokemon V? I think it's just Pokemon V. So that means Blastoise can still use Pump Shot, but Cursola's ability no longer works. Suicune cannot draw cards. They need to play an attack though. They need to pass the turn with Aerodactyl, because that's actually an attack. They gain the ability that actually shut down our abilities, our Pokemon V's abilities, if they use that attack for the V-Star power. And if they use it, they can't use Star Abyss. Sorry, my bad. What's it called again? Star Abyss is Darkrai. Giratina is Star something else. Star Requiem, right? They can't use Requiem. They have to use the other one. Well, I think they should be using the Requiem though, because they are losing their energy and the top 3 cards of their deck. So Aerodactyl is doing like 250 damage with the extra effect of losing the top 3 cards of your deck. And if they play that attack too many times, they're going to eventually deck themselves out. Or if they play Giratina's attack too many times, if they hit 280 damage with Giratina, they're forced to lose their energies. So they can't actually attack too many times. They should be playing Star Requiem. Unless if we have like a crazy ability like Palkia V-Star, then they should be playing Aerodactyl. Okay, we got our second Bibarel. At some point, I actually decided to play only 2 Bibarels. And it worked really well for the first few games. And then somehow at the, I don't know, eventually it really sucked, like really bad. And we had to swap it out for another extra, we had to replace another card for an extra Bibarel. Because if you have, for example, both the Bibarel prized, or even like one prize and the other one knocked out early, then you got no draw engine. You got no way to draw cards. So we're not playing Snorlax. I don't like Snorlax because, just don't ask me, I don't like Snorlax. I prefer Bibarel, so we have 3 copies now. And no Greninja, that's why we need 3 copies. If we play only 2, we're not going to get enough. We're not going to be able to draw. We're not going to be able to survive. If we don't draw cards, we're done for. So they are playing a Lost City. We have our box attached. Our box ready to place extra damage counter. If they kill us with the Cramorant though, box is not doing anything. So that's why Wobbuffet is here. That's the reason we have our Wobbuffet V. Wobbuffet allows you to play Gritty Comeback to knock out the Cramorant. If you have a quick ball, you can actually discard the Wobbuffet and then play your Thornton to basically swap it out into play. Swap your Cursola into a Wobbuffet, and then you can transfer the damage counter onto the Cramorant and knock it out with its own attack. You can basically play Spit instantly onto the Cramorant while also recovering all damage counter on your Wobbuffet. That means if they kill your Pokemon on the next turn with 1 hit, they're gonna have to though, because if they waste another turn doing a partial knockout, you're gonna just end up playing your Gritty Comeback again. So basically do Gritty Comeback until your Wobbuffet, you can use that attack until it gets knocked out. That's what I'm trying to say. But if they already have damage counter on their Pokemon though, they may actually choose to trap you that way. They may choose to trap you by forcing you to play the Gritty Comeback for, for no reason. But they are still wasting 1 turn though. And wasting 1 turn means we get to snipe the bench for extra damage counter with Blastoise. Even if we can't attack with Wobbuffet, even if we don't have the necessary energy to do Shadow Bind, we can actually do 70 damage at least with Shadow Bind. If we don't have the necessary energies to use that attack, we can at least snipe for extra damage with Blastoise and Training Card. Okay, we actually got 3 Cursola for this list. We got 3 Cursola and 3 Bidoof. And 1 Fog Crystal, I think. Only 2 Mimikyu. I think we have 3 Mimikyu. I'm not too sure now. So we don't have a Fog Crystal. We have 3 Mimikyu and 3 Cursola. It's actually more consistent if you play the Fog Crystal because you can get either your energy or your basic Pokemon. You can even play Irida to get your Fog. Irida on your first turn going second. You can search for Fog Crystal or even, well, obviously you want to be searching for a VIP pass if you want to bench extra Pokemons into play. Sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing, because sometimes we need the Menifee, obviously need the Bidoof for all cases. So we actually need to bench a lot of Pokemons. We need our Bidoof, Blastoise, Mimikyu, Menifee possibly, and another Bidoof. I just prefer to bench a Mimikyu early, because even if they play an Avery, all we have to do is just make sure not to bench that many, right? If we have like a Bidoof, a Blastoise, and a Mimikyu to start, that would be enough. If they have like a bench type strategy, we should be playing a Manaphy in addition to that. And then if they play an Avery, we're forced to discard the Mimikyu. We have a Thornton though, so it shouldn't be too bad. We can Thornton for the Mimikyu back. So we got one remaining Mimikyu plus another one with the Thornton. That's equal to worst gift twice, and I don't think we need to use that attack more than 2 times. Unless if they're playing a Miltank deck. So for Miltank, we actually have our Blastoise to attack as well. We can play Torrential Cannon to kill off the Miltank with a Big Charm attached. And then slowly kill off the Blissey with our Suicune Cursola. So Blissey Miltank is a bit more difficult to play because they're going to heal a lot of damage with their Hyper Potion. They're going to heal a lot of damage with Yell Towel and Honey or Lucky Ice Pop. And I don't think we can win against a heal deck. Playing a spread strategy, we are spreading damage, and I don't think it's that easy to win against a heal deck. Okay, Aerodactyl has like 10 HP remaining, I think. I'm not too sure. I think 30 HP. How many HP does the V card has? They have to evolve right now. If they don't evolve, Aerodactyl is done for. And they actually got Mirage Gate. So they're playing 3 different types of energy. But they got Mirage Gate, I suppose it makes sense. They got Psychic, Grass, and Fighting for the 2 different V-stars, which is very interesting. Colress. So the first box did not get us the damage counter because they actually killed us with Cramorant. They did a Cramorant and then collected the knockout with, I think, Giratina to do Shred. I'm not too sure. I think they actually did Cramorant twice. They played Cramorant twice and killed us off with Spit Innocently with the same Cramorant because we only did 60 damage on our last turn. On the turn before the last. And that means we didn't kill off the Cramorant on the last turn. Well, on the turn before the last, my bad. Okay, they played Lost Sweep to remove our box from play. No box. I don't think they need to play the Lost Sweep though, because they are losing extra cards from their hand. That means they get to play Fantina, Sableye right now. They can do those extra effects. If they evolve though, they can actually kill us with 1 hit. It would make sense for them to evolve because we are drawing the same prize. By if we kill the V-Star or the V, we would be drawing the same prize. So Aerodactyl actually has 220 or less HP. I'm not sure how much HP it has, but 2 extra damage counter is enough. And we actually get to play Raihan if we have the energy in the discard pile. Oh, we can't play the Raihan because they didn't knock us out. They didn't knock us out on the last turn. So there we go. If they don't knock out your Pokemon on the last turn, you can play Marnie's Pride. If they do, you can play a Raihan. That's why Marnie's Pride is actually much better sometimes. Because you still get to play it even if they don't do a knockout. If your opponent plays like Poison as well to kill your Pokemon. If they choose to knock out your Pokemon at, at the odd times, at basically different intervals of the game, they can actually prevent you from playing a Raihan. So sometimes it's actually better to play 2 Marnie's Pride. But I prefer Raihan just because you can search for an extra card. So I really don't know. Marnie's Pride doesn't do anything else, and it only attaches to your bench Pokemon, which is terrible. Not basic, just bench. My bad. Okay, here comes a Zoroark V-Star deck. They got Dunsparce for the Weakness Guard. And we actually got our double Bidoof into play. We got double VIP Pass, which is quite lucky. But we got a lot of basic summons though. If we don't get a VIP pass, we should be getting our Capture, our Quick Ball, Ultra Ball at least, or even a Irida. Going second, we can play the Irida for a VIP. We can play the Irida for a Tool Card or a Scuba Net, anything, Escape Rope. I quite like the Irida because it actually helps you get a specific item card. It helps you search for a specific item card. You can actually choose to play a Skyla instead. A Skyla actually helps you get your training card as well. So Skyla can actually help you replace for the Irida, but I prefer Irida because if you play VIP for example, if you have only one VIP on your first turn, and if you need Bidoof and Cursola on the bench, and you have, like, for example, a Menifee as your first active, you have nothing else but a VIP, you can actually search for a Cursola and a Bidoof, pass the turn, and then on the next turn play an Irida to bench your Blastoise in addition to searching for an item card. So that's the good thing about Irida. Instead of just searching for a trainer card with your Skyla, you can actually bench your Blastoise with that supporter card. Or even a Menifee. We can search for either Blastoise or Menifee. If we don't get one or the other, we can actually search for a Heavy Ball to get it from the prize. So Irida is actually quite interesting. I quite like that card. I love it, honestly. Who doesn't? Who doesn't love Irida? And a lot of people play Pyukumuku with Irida. Pyukumuku with Irida is quite smart, obviously, because you get to draw an extra card. You can basically thin out the deck in a way by playing. It's almost like a trekking shoes, except it's like you get to play it every single turn by searching for it with your level ball. It's staying inside the deck though. That means it's not racing through the deck as fast. It's not doing a much better job than trekking shoes in a sense. But at least you get to play it every single turn. So I'm not sure which one is better. You are compressing the deck with that one card, right? You're basically thinning out the deck in a way by playing a Pyukumuku. You can't play it a second time though. That's the bad thing. So if you, for example, shuffle your deck after using it, if you use it to play, if you use it to draw an item card, for example, and then shuffle the deck and then draw with your Bibarel, if you draw back with either a Chinchino or Bibarel, the Pyukumuku into your hand, you cannot actually play it a second time. Okay, they got Diancie. They are actually doing the work for us. They are doing the Gabe Jawbog, placing damage counter, helping us do Mimikyu. Mimikyu is gonna do worst gift to kill off the V-Star with one hit. We actually got the knockout on the next turn. They did not do the switch. They have to evolve right now and they couldn't evolve. So we actually got an extra knockout with our Cursola, because we are killing off the Dunsparce this turn. So I suppose that's the good thing of the tool card of the air balloon instead of the switch, because we actually have a switch instead of air balloon right now for the final list. And switch actually helps you retreat with your V Pokemon as well. Instead of playing the tool card onto your Suicune or your Cursola just to retreat, you can actually play your switch and then attach your Box of Disaster instead. But playing the tool card can sometimes be a plus, because if you play your air balloon, you can actually attach it and then use the switch effect on the next turn. Because if you have Marnie's Pride, you should be retreating on the next turn. But we actually played the Marnie's Pride this turn. That means we don't need to switch on the next turn. It can help us later on in the game though. If we don't have energies, we can actually play the Marnie's Pride combo after we attack with the Mimikyu. But we have Raihan anyways. We shouldn't be worried about Marnie. We have enough switch cards for Marnie, so I don't think we should be too worried. The reason we have that many escape rope is because we shouldn't be killing the active, right? The active is probably going to have a lot of damage counters on it, because we're trying to place a lot of damage counter. We're trying to spread a lot of damage with our Cursola's Hollow Missile. Hollow Missile is doing 60 damage at a time, and if they don't kill the Cursola that fast, we actually got, like, if we get a second strike, that would be great. If we got 120 damage on the active, they actually get another 8 damage counter with the Box of Disaster. That means they have 20 damage counter on the active. All we need to do is play an escape rope and snipe it on the bench, slowly kill it off with our Blastoise, with the Pump Shot ability, discarding a water energy from our hand turn after turn, and slowly hoping for them to die. If they don't heal their Pokemon, we can actually kill it off with our Pump Shot. If they boss the Blastoise, if they kill off the Blastoise, we can actually play a second Cursola to do Hollow Missile and place 3 damage counter on the bench Pokemon by killing and kill off the V-Star on the bench by using our Cursola V, our second copy. Obviously, always attach your Box of Disaster even if you're playing your second or third copy of your Cursola. You should be thinking about, you should be thinking about using your Box of Disaster each time you have a V Pokemon in play. You should be attaching it as early as you can. So, Gabe Jarbog is actually terrible. We should have played our Stadium card first, because now we can't actually play our box on the Suicune. We actually do have our Stadium card, but we forgot to play it first. We forgot about a Gabe Jarbog. And now Suicune cannot actually play the Box of Disaster anymore. Because if you have any damage counter on the... If you don't have full HP, Box of Disaster does not work. It only works on V Pokemons, and it only works if your V Pokemon has full HP. And it only works if your opponent kills your Pokemon with one shot. If they don't one-hit knock out your V Pokemon, or if they place damage counter before killing it, if they play like Rapid Strike Inteleon or even Zigzagoon, they can actually avoid the Box of Disaster. So I actually thought about Enamorous. I was thinking about, should I play Enamorous for this deck? It doesn't really have that much value, honestly. Because if you have Psychic Energy attached to your Pokemon, you actually get to protect it from abilities. That means they can't actually play Quick Shoot, they can't play Zigzagoon, they can't use ability to snipe you, they can't place damage counter on your Pokemon with their abilities. That means they are forced to take the Box of Disaster effect. They are forced to take the extra damage counters with the box. There we go. If we had the box right now, we could have actually placed extra damage counters. But I don't think we need it though, because we got a boss. They played a boss, that means they can't play a Marnie. So if we boss the Lumineon, we can actually kill it off right now. We got like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We got 13 damage counter on our opponent's field. And that's actually enough to kill the Lumineon. We even have a Blastoise to place extra 2 damage counter before doing the boss. So Blastoise, boss, worst gift. If they don't kill off the Suicune, we just need to play the boss. Either way, we got the knockout, so... Because we have the boss in our hand, right? We got 2 prizes remaining. They can't actually remove the Lumineon from play. If they remove it though, I think we can target the Crobat. I don't think they have a Crobat, but they probably have a basic Zoroark in play that we can kill. I don't know, honestly. Because they actually spreaded the damage counter with Damage Pump. They spreaded it onto the bench. So they conceded because they couldn't get their double turbo. And here comes a water deck. Now we're up against a Ice Rider VMAX. Okay. They got Radiant Greninja for the draw. And Shady Inteleon for the search. Crazy search. It's a bit ridiculous, isn't it? Shady Dealings is still in the game. And I bet there's gonna be some crazy card for Scarlet and Violet, which is gonna replace your Shady Dealings for the next rotation / generation. The next season is gonna be insane because we have EX card now. EX cards which actually allows you to evolve, before you get to use the evolutions. So right now we actually have Evolution V cards as basic Pokemons, right? We have, for example, Lucario as a basic Pokemon. We have our Ice Rider. Well, Ice Rider is already a basic, my bad. We have, what else? Eternatus VMAX. Eternatus is already a basic. What's wrong with me? What other Pokemon is an evolution? I don't really know right now. Zoroark. Hisuian Zoroark is an evolution, and it's actually a basic Pokemon. So if you are an evolution, you actually have to evolve for the next season. They are coming up with EX card now, and for EX, you can't actually play evolution as a basic. So what that means is that they're just not printing evolutions as basic. That's all, right? It's like there's no difference in gameplay. It's just that you can't actually play, you can't actually have an evolution basic. I suppose that's why it's called a V card, because it's an evolution. It's an evolution card. Okay, we got the research. So we tried playing this deck without any supporter cards. Well, obviously Marnie's Pride and Raihan are supporter cards. But we tried playing without draw support, right? Without supporter cards that help you draw cards into your hand, without research, without Marnie, without, what's it called again? Bruno, without Cynthia. We tried that and it failed hardcore. So eventually we decided, you know what? We are forced to play them. Let's just play them. I don't really want to go the Snorlax route. No Snorlax, please. I just hate Snorlax. Don't get me started on Snorlax. It's just terrible. Like, come on, your opponent can play a Marnie. What are you going to do if they play a Marnie? You draw until you have 7 cards in your hand, ending your turn. If they play either a Marnie or a boss, you're done for. We can't afford for them to play a boss. If they boss kill off the Cursola, we're done for. And we can't actually play, we can't pass the turn with Snorlax in the active because we want Cursola in the active every single turn. If Snorlax is in the active, we can't play our Cursola's ability. We need Cursola in the active. So for this deck, we cannot play Snorlax. It's just, you know, maybe for this deck it's not okay, but for some other decks, you have no choice because Snorlax is basically the only other option for a one-price basic support. Unless if you want to play like Amazing Jirachi or Mew, which is not really that good, honestly. There is the new Regidrago from Astro Radiance, not really that new, but Regidrago helps you draw until you have 4 cards into your hand. It only works if it's in your active spot. But the problem with that card is that it has 3 energy retreat. It's the same as your Snorlax. And you actually get to play that ability instead without ending your turn. So you get to play the ability and then do the switch and attack at the same time while drawing cards until you have 4 cards in your hand. It's a bit less than your, well, much more less than your Snorlax, obviously. But at least you got that extra draw. And it could actually help you survive. So you can actually play your Radiant Blastoise or Radiant Charizard or any other Radiant Pokemon like Gardevoir instead of the Greninja or Venusaur for the draw support. And then play Snorlax in addition to that just because you need a basic draw support or a Regidrago. But Regidrago doesn't actually work because it has way too much retreat cost. And switching out the Snorlax is actually it's better because if you have your switch cards, if you don't have enough switch cards to switch the Snorlax, you can actually wait for the Snorlax to get knocked out. If they knock out your Snorlax, you can actually attack on the next turn, right? If they don't get the boss, you can actually attack on the next turn with your bench Pokemon without doing the switch. If you play a Regidrago, you have to switch this turn. If you don't get the switch right now, and every single turn after that, then you're done for. Like, Regidrago is not a good ability. You can't play Air Balloon for it. You can't play Scuba Net. You need a lot of Scuba Net, obviously. You can't play that many Scuba Nets to make a deck consistent anymore. If you have too many switch cards in your deck, it's not going to be enough for you to play any other combos. So here comes Hollow Missile. We are placing extra damage counter with our ability. They actually were playing way too carefully. They're trying to play the Melanie, right? They're trying to search for the Melanie to reverse attach the water energy so that they actually don't get punished by the Cursola. They don't have a choice though. I don't think they have a choice. They should be attaching the energy right now, but they actually decided not to. I don't know why. I just don't know why. They have the training card. They have everything that they need, but they just chose not to attach any energy. I guess maybe they're trying to screw with us. Maybe, well, they don't have the switch, I guess. They don't have the switch, they don't have the evolution. They're playing the Inteleon, the other Inteleon. So they already done their shady. I guess we got pretty lucky for this game. We got a bit too lucky. They don't even have the path to the peak. So that means, well, they need the Greninja though. They're playing Greninja instead. So they can't actually play the path if they want to draw cards with Greninja. Okay, we're gonna do the boss and kill off the Manaphy. Because that means, that way we get to force them to evolve the Ice Rider. If they don't evolve, we can still kill off the basic for the final 2 prize. Because now we got our first prize. All we need is a VMAX knockout and a V knockout to win the game. Okay, we got our box for the next turn. We got double horror on our Cursola. And we get to play either one of the Mimikyu, even if they play a boss. If they do a boss right now, we still got our worst gift. There we go. This is the tournament. They actually did nothing. I don't know what's happening. They actually did nothing. We gave them a training card. I think they actually played the training card. I'm not too sure who played that stadium. They could even have done a boss to kill one of the Mimikyus. But we have one Thornton to basically swap the Cursola into a Mimikyu. And I think we have enough damage counter in the game. They didn't play the Scoop Up Net. They didn't play the energy. They did not attack. I have no idea what's happening. Like, don't ask me why, but Ice Rider just passed the turn for so many times. I'm not sure that's even possible, but they actually did it. Okay, we got... If they don't pass the turn though, I'm pretty sure we have the knockout still. If they go first, I don't think we can win the game that easily. But if we go first, we can actually attack before getting knocked out. We can attack with our Holo Missile and get a few damage counter in the game. Spread like 9 damage counter. If we have our box early, we got another 8. And if we got the Horror and Blastoise as well, we got, you know, more and more. And we can actually kill off the first VMAX with our first Mimikyu. And they actually conceded. But if we kill the first VMAX with our Mimikyu, all we need to do is play our Suicune after that. If we kill this, if we damage the second Ice Rider VMAX with our Suicune, we can play another Mimikyu to knock it out. So the second Mimikyu is basically doing a Farfetch effect. It's basically doing Farfetch for Leak Lash. Essentially doing extra damage for each damage counter on your opponent's active Pokemon, because we have no damage counter on the bench. But we can actually play Pump Shot as well, but I don't think we need though. We don't need damage counter on the bench because we have already 200 plus, at least 200 damage on the active with our Suicune. So that's the power of Suicune. Suicune can actually help you win against an Ice Rider. If you get it at the right time, we actually have our balls, enough quick balls to draw it out. We have our Bibarel to draw out our Suicune and Mimikyu, so it's not that difficult. It's not that difficult to pull it off. We have Raihan as well. Marnie's Pride. It's quite easy. So we can win our Ice Rider properly if we get the right cards, if we get, like, you know, if we get our Cursola fast, if we can attack before our opponent. If they go first, I don't think we can win the game because they can evolve and attack on their second turn. And if they kill our Cursola before we do our first strike, I don't think we can win anymore. I don't think we stand a chance. We can still decide to play nothing but Mimikyu. If we play nothing but one prize and then do the Suicune at the last minute, we may be able to win the game by doing a final knockout, by doing 200 damage at the last minute. With a Thornton or a Raihan, right? We can actually play one of those cards. So we can do Pump Shot and Box of Disaster, Horror Energy to get a few damage counter in the game. And then Worst Gift for even more. And then on our second turn, play an Escape Rope to do Worst Gift to kill off the second VMAX on the bench. Possibly, if we can, I'm not too sure if we can, because escape rope doesn't actually help you target the active. That's why we have a Pokemon catcher for this game. We actually have a Pokemon catcher, if you can see right now. So we eventually decided to play boss instead of the Pokemon catcher, because boss actually helps you target any bench for, you know, indefinitely. You actually get to pull out any bench without flipping a coin, which is actually much more powerful. But that means you can't play your Marnie's Pride, you can't play Raihan anymore. So if they play Ice Rider, they are going super fast, because they just need Melanie. They can attack every single turn for 250 damage or even 280 if they play a Choice Belt, Leon, and they can kill anything with one hit. So Ice Rider is quite fast, and to counter that, we need to go first. If we don't go first, we're done for, honestly. I have no idea how you can counter that, but I think if you're smart enough, you can actually play the deck in a way to spread the damage, you know, in a smart sense, to win the game by killing off the first VMAX while having enough damage counter on the second one to do a last minute Suicune for the knockout. Okay, here comes the Cramorant. We actually have a Zacian for this game. This is one of the earliest build. We have a Zacian and Rapidash, Galarian Rapidash V, which actually helps you place damage counter on any one of your opponent's Pokemon until they have 100 HP remaining, with Libra Horn for only 2 colorless, which is pretty cool. That means if they have a VMAX, we can actually place 22 damage counter on the VMAX. If they have 320 HP, obviously, if they have 330, we can place 23 damage counters with our Libra Horn for only 2 energy. And then if they play, if they knock out our Rapidash with the box attached, if we have a box and a Horror Energy attached to the Rapidash, and if they kill us with the same VMAX, they actually get knocked out. They can actually kill off their own VMAX if they kill us with the same Pokemon, right? If they place damage counter on the active, for example, the active VMAX, and if they kill us with a Qrem, for example, with our Box of Disaster, or really, if we have a Box of Disaster attached to the Rapidash, we actually get to punish them for another 10 damage counter, which is enough to kill them off with the Horror Energy. But if we kill them off, though, we cannot actually, we can't actually do enough damage with Mimikyu. So sometimes it's actually better to have enough damage counter in the game, and then play Escape Rope, slowly kill it on the bench with your, you know, you can actually choose when to kill their Pokemon with your Blastoise by playing your Pump Shot ability at the right time. But be careful, though, because they can actually do a boss. If they do a boss to kill the Blastoise, you can't actually Pump Shot and choose when to kill off the bench anymore. So, for example, if they have like 26 damage counter on the V-Star, you can actually, or 25 damage counter. That's quite common, though. I actually got 25 damage counter a few times on the active. I'm not sure how, but the math actually, you know, works out right. If they have 25 damage counter on the V-Star in the active, you can play an Escape Rope and then target a second V Pokemon with your Mimikyu. You can kill off a second V card with your Mimikyu, doing Worst Gift for 250 extra damage. Or even if you play Pump Shot on the bench, you got 270 damage in the game. If you play Cursola on your last turn, chances are they actually attach onto their other Pokemon as well. If you do Hollow Missile on your last turn, you have a few damage counter on the bench as well. That means you can do up to 280 damage or even more with your Mimikyu killing off a second V-Star by doing an Escape Rope or even a boss. And that actually helps you collect extra prizes without doing a knockout yet. Because if you do a knockout this turn, if you do a knockout early, you wouldn't be able to do enough damage with Mimikyu. So that's why we have that many Escape Ropes. Okay, this game is actually a Cramorant game. They are playing a full-on one-prize Lost Box. And it's actually a lot more difficult to win against a Lost Box because they have a lot of Scoop Up Nets, Air Balloon switches. But they actually made a really bad mistake for this game. They did not bench enough Pokemons, and we actually won by killing off their field. So they should be playing Sableye. They should be benching enough Pokemons. You know, benching their Radiant Charizard or something. I don't think they even have Articuno. I'm not sure what type of deck they're playing. So they have Oranguru. I don't see any Greninja in the game. We should be benching our Manaphy anyways, because Greninja is quite common for a Lost Box. And if they do Mirage Gate, they can actually attack with Moonlight Shuriken to kill off the Mimikyu on the bench and hit for another 90 damage with maybe on the active or on another Pokemon. There we go, we actually got a Rapidash for this game. Galarian Rapidash, a very fun card to play. But if you don't have a cape though, if you have a Box of Disaster instead, I'm not sure if it's that good. Because if it shows up too early, it's not gonna help you. It's not gonna help you do enough damage. You are placing 12 damage counter on the active though, right? If they play a V card, 12 damage counter is actually a lot. It's a little bit more than your Cursola. But if they play, like, I think Cursola is better than Rapidash, because if they play, if they attach a lot of energy, if they play Swim Freely deck, if they play like a Shadow Rider or Frostmoth deck, a Cherrim deck, if they attach a lot of energies from their hand onto their Pokemon, they actually get punished a lot more than your Rapidash. So we can actually only spread 90 damage with Hollow Missile, but we can spread a lot more. We can place a lot more damage counter with its ability. Gnawing Aura is a really powerful ability, but they actually have a Path to the Peak right now. So Path to the Peak is going to shut down Cursola's ability. That means they can attach their energies without getting punished, and Cursola is not doing enough. But we have our Horror Energy and Box of Disaster to place extra damage counter if they do that. So we even have our Stadium card to remove the path. So it's not too bad. This deck is honestly not too bad. Cursola is still in the game. Like, legit is actually quite powerful right now. I've made sure this deck is as powerful as it can be. We are playing a super old card, Cursola V, and if they play Path to the Peak, they can actually avoid the damage counter placement, they can avoid the punishment, but we do have our Stadium card, as I said, and we do have our, failsafe. We have our Box of Disaster and Horror Energy as the failsafe. So those are actually very powerful cards which can add a lot of damage counter into the game for you to play your Mimikyu for the knockout on your next turn. Misfortune Sisters. So they are playing a Control Lost Box. I'm not sure what type of deck they're playing. Why would you play a Misfortune Sister with a Lost Box? That's not making any sense. Okay. No scoop on that. I was actually expecting a scoop on that. Okay, I think I'm just gonna end the voiceover right here and leave you guys to focus on the game. Hope you guys enjoyed this new combo. Today we are featuring the new Mimikyu from Lost Origin with the worst give attack, doing 10x damage for each damage counter on all of your opponent's Pokemon in play. And we actually get to spread a lot of damage with our Cursola V, doing a super damage counter spread combo with our Hollow Missile, Box of Disaster, Horror Energy, and also our Blastoise, Radiant Blastoise from Pokemon Go, doing Pump Shot to place extra damage counter on the bench with by discarding a Water Energy with his Radiant ability. We also got our we also have our Suicune V for an extra attacker, and also our Thornton, Wobbuffet to basically transfer our damage counter from the Wobbuffet so that we get to play the Box of Disaster on the Wobbuffet by basically removing damage counter from their Pokemon, unless if they have damage counter already on the Pokemon. If they have damage counter on their active and they actually damage our Wobbuffet on the same turn, we actually have to swap the damage counter. That means we are keeping the damage counter. We are having at least 1 or 2 damage counter on the Wobbuffet because we are actually forced to play like Horror Energy. If they attack our Wobbuffet, they actually get punished by 2 damage counter, and that means we actually have to take 2 damage counter back. That means we may not necessarily get to remove all damage counter from the Wobbuffet, but we at least still get to play. We still get to do a lot of damage recovery, right? We still get to recover a lot of damage. So that's all for this video. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We'll see you next time. Have a great day and bye for now, lovely people. Enjoy your life.